Malison, the Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin, and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below. Alright, starting very soon. Starting very soon. Hello, hello. All right, so tonight I've been inspired to work a little bit on the taxidermy area. Needs a little bit of love. Needs a little bit of love. A lot of the inspiration comes from, you know, there's 2 new tracks for the taxidermy area, and if I add a little bit more to the taxidermy area, I could actually put them into 1.6, and that'd be cool. But I would need to actually finish the boss to do that.
And the boss, the taxidermy area boss, needs this sprite done. So the idea is the suture wire pulls all of the taxidermy from the walls into itself to just turn into this big chimera. That's the idea. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty gnarly. And I think probably that all 5 of the heads here would be a separate thing to fight. I think I'll probably separate all of these heads. Yep. Also, I could show a little bit of that that taxidermy area and boss music. I think I showed one of them. I think I showed one of them yesterday. I could show the other. Yeah, I showed the boss theme. The area theme is just kind of a chill, sort of more suspenseful version of the same song, basically. I could show it real quick. I don't have a name for it yet. I'm actually looking for names. Right now, I'm thinking of naming the area song Formaldehyde. I think that really fits. But I don't have a name for the boss song yet. But I like Formaldehyde for the area song. Here's the area song. This would only play once you reach the actual, like, the leather area, not the first area. The first area of the taxidermy is just going to be quiet. It's going to be suspenseful. And that's going to start playing when you enter the deep, like, you know, leather-covered area. Yeah, it's really good. No, it's not actually on the wall. I might just add it. I might just add it. I have a few things I also want to do to that area overall. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good, that animation. And that's the boss. Which you'll hear when you fight this thing. I'm not sure if it would be, if it would start here, or if it would only start once this appears. Yeah, it's really good. Yep. It was always meant to be. I just never had time to finish this sprite for it, so it always kind of ended a bit early. There's also a little bit more that I wanted to add to the taxidermy area. I'm not sure if I have time to do that. Like, I think I should have time to finish the boss and add the proper boss for it, but I don't know if I'll have the time to add what I want to the actual... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll have time to add what I want about the... to expand the area itself. Maybe I will. Maybe I can expand it, but just a little bit. Like maybe I could have time to expand it, but in a kind of like, shallow way, just add a little bit of like area to explore, just a little bit of space to walk, basically, but not necessarily a lot of more content to it. So it would change the pace of the area, but not really add much to it yet. And maybe the real additions would come in 2.0. But yeah, that's the new songs here for the taxidermy area. It's really cool. Let's return to Donkey Kong. Actually, it's not a secret boss. It's just its final form that it couldn't get to before. No, there's no list yet. There's gonna be an update when it comes out. There's gonna be an update. There's gonna be a change log. But I try to keep as much save compatibility as I can, but there might sometimes be bugs introduced by using a previous save, especially when an area changes. So, like, especially if you use easy mode is the most likely to introduce problems. Because in easy mode, you can save anywhere, so you can save in the middle of a room, and so if that room changes, say there's a new wall that appears in the middle of the room in easy mode, like, you might load the game and now you're stuck in a wall, Like, that might happen. So I need to be very careful about layout changes to existing rooms, or it can cause this because of easy mode. But if you're playing normal mode, it's very unlikely that you get problems. I'm thinking, I wonder, maybe depending on the difficulty level, different parts could be added. So maybe on normal mode, you get this, and the bear and rhino head are added in hard mode. That could be a fun way to scale the difficulty of this boss, depending on your difficulty level. That'd be kind of fun. And maybe on easy mode, it could just be the rhino and the moose head. Yeah, hard mode, but yes, but it's not going to be for 1.6. It's going to be for 2.0. Hard mode is yes, it's something I've been thinking about and I've been passively working on for a while. But that's going to be for a later update. And the hard mode is intended specifically for people who've beaten the game already. So if you're like for a first playthrough, it's going to be way too difficult for that. It's basically a mode to help keep the game fresh for people who've already beaten it and who know too much about the game. Because this is the kind of game where if you know where all the items are, it removes a lot of the difficulty. The game really becomes trivial once you know where everything is and how to get party members and all that. So you kind of need to have like a harder version of the game to compensate for that knowledge. If you've already beaten it. Now, people can still do challenge runs, and there's all sorts of ways to keep it fresh, but, you know, a hard mode for stuff like that is pretty fun. Yeah, second playthrough of this game is very easy, because so much of the difficulty depends on obscurity. Depends on the fact that you just don't know where to get the stuff. Any exploration game that isn't, like, procedurally generated, that's not, like, random, is going to be like that to some degree. Plenty of them are going to be like that to some degree. We are considering a new translation, but we're just gonna. We've been considering a Chinese translation to start. But yeah, since this is a game with a lot of words, there's a lot of words in this game, so translations are kind of expensive for the budget we have. So we're just starting with one. 'Cause yeah, that is just very expensive. Like it would significantly cut into our profits unless it has a lot of sales. So we can't really we can't afford to to localize it in a bunch of languages lightly, because yeah, each language here adds quite a bit. I've been thinking of a bunch of fun ways I could try to make a fun, like, little things to make hard mode a little to add a little bit more to hard mode. There's a lot of fan translations. So if you have friends that can't speak English, they might be able to find fan translations. But of course I can't vouch for their quality, because we didn't, like, you know, do QA on them. It's possible a lot of those fan translations are just, like, machine translated, or, you know, we can't really, you know, we can't vouch for their quality, but there's a lot of fan translations out there. So one of the things I've been considering for hard mode is to make it that a lot of items, a lot of weapons that just lie around have a random chance of not spawning. That's one thing I've been considering. They just have a chance to not appear. A bunch of items, a bunch of places, just have a chance to not spawn, so you just can't be sure. You know, just to remove that certainty from, you know there's an item, you know there's a thing, you know there's a thing there, you know? Yeah, like you can no longer, like it might appear sometimes, but you just don't know. I've been thinking about ways to do this in a way that like would be more or less balanced. Because I wouldn't want it to be just a roll the moment you appear. Like the moment you get somewhere, it rolls to see if it's going to be there or not. Because then people could you could just save scum that, and also you could just get, if you don't save scum, you could just get unlucky and get no weapons at all. So I was thinking maybe the game would create a random seed when you first start it, and then specific items would appear or not based on that random seed. There would be like maybe, I don't know, it would draw like a number out of 100 or something. Or maybe just a 10. There could be just 10 variants, because that's easier to sort of, it's a bit easier that way to make sure that no matter what, there's always some items that appear, you know? So yeah, I'm not sure yet, but it's just something I've been thinking about. Just ways to, because, you know, once you think of a hard mode specifically as a way to keep the game difficult for people who've already played it a lot, then a lot of the specific ways that the game is too easy is because they know where everything is. And so that's kind of an interesting approach here, where you can specifically try to take that away from them, you know? You can try to very specifically target the extra difficulty by just removing what they think they know about the game in some ways, making certain things that they think of as their usual strategy and now forcing them to improvise instead, you know? But yeah, that's the thing. The big thing that makes a huge difference is not the weapons. It's not the gear, although that is part of it. But no, it is being able to recruit. Being able to recruit, you know, Lay, Joel, all those certain recruits. You know, being able to reliably recruit them, if you just know how. And that's the really tricky one. And I still don't really know how to partially take that away. You know? Ideally, hard mode would make it that you can't just always recruit them, or that recruiting them costs you something more. You know? Like, just adding a new cost to recruiting them that wasn't there before would be one thing you could do. You know, making it that, okay, you can recruit Joe, but now it's not something you would always want to do, you know? Now there's something you lose by recruiting Joel in hard mode, you know? Something like that. So it's like, okay, now there's a cost. Now, you know, I need to think about it, right? Yeah, maybe. Delaying so that like the door opens later or something, but yeah, no, I don't want that. I don't want the game to force you to solo. I feel like if you want to solo the game as a special challenge, you can just do that yourself. You don't need a game mode for it. So I don't think that's really interesting. And also, I think the game is less interesting if you're solo. I mean, there's still, like, it is interesting in that it's a special challenge, so I have to play differently, but it doesn't improve the game overall. You know? It doesn't make it more complex. It simplifies it. So it's like a fun novelty to try a solo mode, but I don't think it's really interesting as like an alternate mode. Yeah, it flattens the game, you know? It flattens the game that now everything is about every single action you take being super valuable and avoiding status effects that paralyze you at all costs. And like, it just really flattens the game to be about very few things. I think that's the wrong, you know? I think that's the wrong track. A possibility could be that on hard mode, you can only have up to 3 party members. You can't have 4. That might be interesting. That might make the game significantly harder, but without removing party dynamics completely. Just forcing you to be way more careful, to be way more selective about who you have. That might be something. But you still... That wouldn't remove the fact that you can still have a big part, like a 3-character party early on in the game still makes the early game easy, right? So that wouldn't completely... That would partially solve or make the game harder for the last half of it. But it wouldn't really fix anything for the first half of it. So that's something I'm considering. Just reducing your max party to 3 instead of 4. That might be an interesting approach. Or maybe like a thing where you have a 3-party member max by default, and there's a way to raise it to 4, but it costs something else. So it's like, okay, you can do something that demands a 4-character party, but if you do, there's something else you have to give up for it. So it's like now it's like another decision, right? So that might be interesting too. I'm not sure what that thing would be. I'm not sure what it would be that it would cost you, but yeah, something like that might be interesting. So that way you can still have 4-character parties, but you know, there's like it comes at a great cost of some kind. Yeah. It's a rhinoceros. Also known as a tiger. If you know, you know. But yeah, still need to think about what I could do to complicate things for the early game for party members. I could just make it that, like, the rules for recruiting Lei, for recruiting Joel, for recruiting Ernest, and for recruiting Papineau, these are all the sort of guaranteed party members that don't involve rolling the dice. I could change the rules for them a bit. One possibility for Papineau would be that you cannot recruit Papineau at the early. That recruiting Papineau early is only something on normal and easy. And on hard mode, you can only recruit him once you get to the very end. That could be something. But that, I mean, I kind of like that. It kind of means that, okay, now you can't use Papineau for like the first 2/3 of the game, which, but I don't know. I don't know about that, you know? Also roaches, yeah, but roaches I can just play with the numbers a bit. Yeah, it's, I mean, that's like a, Just, yeah, pushing back when you can, yeah. Like, if you want a team that like, if your strat that you want to do is with Papineau, there wouldn't really be a way, unless it could be that recruiting him early has a cost, and recruiting him late doesn't. So that way you can get him early, but again, it costs you something, right? So that's something I would prefer. If it's about, okay, getting him early has a bigger cost, that's more interesting, you know? That's like that now. That's like a, you know. Yeah, maybe you have to give up a bunch of chemicals. Yeah, just a simple cost. Just a resource cost. That might be the way. Maybe you need to spend a lot. Maybe like, yeah, for Joel, maybe you need to find 10 toothpaste tubes. that might work. You need to find 10 toothpaste tubes for Joel, and only then will he join your party. I actually kind of like that. That's a lot of toothpaste. That is a lot of toothpaste. You start with, actually no, that's probably just 3 tubes, but yeah. Right now, the hardest boss in the game, I mean, it's probably the Exalted 4. Actually, I don't know. Is it the Exalted 4 or is it or is it the boss before that? I'm not sure. Early on, the boss before that was harder because of Black Hole. Exalted 4, I think, especially... I mean, if you attack Exalted 4 early, it's easier. If you ask a lot of questions, I would say it's harder. But also, yeah, the Furnace. The Furnace is the other contender there. The Furnace, it's one of these things where if you know how to beat him, it's not that bad. But if you don't really know how it works, it's really brutal. Yeah, Chaos Quartet might be... At first, it was definitely harder, but the Exalted 4 were rebalanced a bit, and I think they're a little bit more even now, but it depends a lot on whether you attack early or not. If you attack early, that makes a big difference. You get basically 3 free turns, or 2 free turns if you attack early. And that makes a lot of... If you have a 4-character party, like 2 whole turns in advance, that is a lot of damage to pile on. You can do a lot. You can take out more than half of its life without... And you can go all out because you don't have to play defensive. You don't have to heal. You can entirely focus on attacks. So yeah, attacking the Exalted 4 early makes a huge, huge difference. Well, you can't really do that with the Chaos Quartet. But yeah, I like the idea of just adding a cost to those free-ish party members. I kind of like that. Just, yeah, you need to have 10 toothpaste tubes to convince Joel. I like that. It's really stupid, but I still like it. I think that might be the solution. That might be the solution for Joel. Now you just can't do it like right now. Now you have a mission. Now you have a little quest. And it's just collecting that. All it means is now your priorities shift. Now you might actually want to spend some money. You might want to spend some money at Eugene's to get some extra toothpaste. You might, you might look for all the places where you can get some toothpaste. I like that. That's fun. Yeah. I'm not sure how many tubes that would be. I'm not sure how many tubes you would actually need for this. You could probably still get Joel very early. Like right now, you can only get Joel on day 2. Maybe that would really push him to day 3 or day 4, depending on how diligent you are at finding toothpaste. But I think I like that. I like that solution. I think that's fun. Yeah, you would want to actually not brush your teeth for a bit too. Yeah, you wanna save that toothpaste. Yeah, I like that. Also, maybe Joel has an extra toothpaste cost. Maybe that every day Joel would use up 1 extra tube of toothpaste. So you would also run out of toothpaste faster if he's in your if he's at your home. So you're more likely to end up with bad hygiene. Yeah. I mean, I like that. That's already making it a bit more, that's already making things a bit more interesting for hard mode there. I like that. That's exactly the kind of thing I want. Yeah, I think that works for Joel. I think so. The things I want to do for the things I want to change for Ernest. Lay, I think, is just going to be a much... Lay, I think, is just going to... I think for one, Lay might just eat a bunch of your food every day. That might be sort of like the drawback to having her. She just eats a lot of your food. Constantly. Like, she eats, like, a random... 1 or 2 random, like, units of food every night. But I think for making Lay the more difficult to recruit, I would just make the fight much harder. I would just make the battle against Lay much more difficult. That one's kind of easy. That one's kind of simple. Just boosting Lay to be way, way less, like, reliable and cost way more resources to take her down. I think, well, the random recruits are I think, at their core, going to be more difficult to get. Because you're going to get, you're probably going to get fewer door knock encounters per day. Instead of getting 4 per day, you're going to get 3 per day. So you're going to get fewer, opportunities to encounter people. That's already built in. So it's gonna be more likely that you miss the door encounters of any given day. Yeah, I think for roaches, I could just make it that I mean, roaches is already really difficult to hire early. Like, it already takes a lot of effort to get roaches early, so I'm not sure if I really need something. Like, I'm not sure if I really need something for roaches. Roaches might just make your... having a lot of roaches in your apartment could just make you lose way more hygiene whenever you sleep. Or, like, your hygiene back home just falls way more. You know? But I don't think I really need anything to balance out the roaches, honestly. And I think, yeah, I think with Pepino, it would just be that, yeah, you would need a bunch of cleaning products from you. Like, maybe 5 of each. Like, 5 Clysocks. 5 units of bleach. It would just take a lot of it. And he would maybe, like, also take more at random every day. So I think, yeah, extra costs for actually recruiting them. I think that's the one that I would mostly only add to... Yeah, you go get those, yeah. Once you get those cleaning products, I think it works. I think at this point, unless you've been crafting a lot, you're very likely to already have enough cleaning products to get him by the time you reach the ground floor. And it's less going to be that you need to go get the cleaning products, and more that you need to lose a bunch of crafting materials to get in your party. So it's going to be more of a cost instead of a little quest. While with Joel, since he appears so early, it's going to be more like a quest. Now you need to find a bunch of toothpaste, right? Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think, yeah, I would just add an extra cost for them, for a lot of those characters to join if they don't have a cost normally. Then that would just be for the, like, yeah, those non-random characters. And for the random characters, I might give them a cost if they join your house, right? They could all get something that they take away from your house every day, if you have some. Like, that might be something I had for all of them. So that means you don't want to be recruiting characters lightly. You want to only be recruiting them if you actually want to use them. So that makes you kind of decide a bit more. It's less of an obvious decision to all, yeah, get in. Now there's more of an actual cost, right? To them joining, which is kind of fun. Adds a little bit more decision making. Right now, those characters, when they're at your door, if you already know, again, it's all about, if you already know on normal mode, everyone get in, right? There's the only cost that characters joining has is that it reduces how much you get from eating food. That's the only downside to having a lot of people at your home, right? The more people at home, the less that your food recovers. The less, especially the biggest change is you get way less leftovers when you cook. That's the biggest change. The healing you get from cooking doesn't go down by that much, but the leftovers, as soon as you have one extra person, the leftovers go way down. That's like the big change. And then the healing also goes down a little bit as you gain more people. But yeah, the leftovers, like, go from, like, you can get like 4 or 5 leftovers in like a single cooking if you're lucky. Early on when you're alone. And as soon as you get one party member, it goes to up to like 2 maximum. And then after that, like, getting leftovers becomes rare. So leftovers are almost like an early game bonus for before you have like a lot of party members. So there's already that, but that's right now the only drawback to having a lot of... That's like the only drawback to having a lot of people at home in the current version of the game. So yeah, giving more of a specific cost, sort of upkeep cost that they all have, would be an interesting thing to add to hard mode. That just makes it a bit more of an actual decision whether or not you get people in. Yeah, you can be starving, but right now, like, food is so plentiful that it's just not a problem. Yeah, food is just so plentiful that it's not really... Yeah, you're very unlikely to starve in the game. Right now, you can't die from starvation. That's something that should probably add. Because right now, that means that if you're just looking for the no going back ending, you literally don't need to leave. You can just stay at home and starve. It doesn't matter. And that it would be good if you kind of had to leave just at least to scavenge food. I think that would make sense for how the game, like, feels. Like, having to leave to scavenge for food at minimum, I think, kind of makes sense. And I think I would add to have, like, actually starving, like, actually dying if you don't eat enough. Because that right now, that is not the case. What happens if you don't eat enough? If you're starving, your health goes down, but it doesn't actually kill you when it reaches 0. you just take damage, but it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't actually kill you. In the current version of the game. But yeah, it would be good for... Yeah, I think that if I added this, it would probably be added in all difficulty levels, but it would still not really be a big problem because you have plenty of food. But in hard mode, it might be a problem. Because there's going to be less food. Like, fridges are already set up to give you less food on hard mode. Alright, let's stretch, folks. A little stretch break. Ooh. The tickle bug? I'm not sure what you mean. Tickle's a good bug, actually. Ooh. Oh, in the Panopticon? Do you remember the move that you used? So usually the Panopticon bug is because the Panopticon copies, like, targets a person, a character to record, right? And then is going to repeat whatever action that character did, right? And there's some actions that if anyone except the character that is meant to use it uses it, it crashes the game because it just doesn't work, right? And I need to manually exclude those actions from being copied, but there's some actions that I missed. There's some actions that have this bug, but I didn't realize that yet, and so they're still there, right? So if you can tell me the skill that caused the crash, I could fix it. I can just exclude it from being copied. But I would need to know what that skill was. I would need to know what that skill was. If you can remember the character... Oh yes, yes. Oh, Tickle himself disappears? I don't think I know about this one. I know about a bug where the Tickmonger disappears, like dies after you give him Tickle. This one should be fixed in the next build. But Tickle himself disappearing, like fading as a status effect. This should not happen, as far as I know. So if it happens, that's not actually a bug I know about. Is it when you die? Because there is supposed to be code in there that makes sure to put tick status effect back on. If you die and revive and the status effect is gone, it's supposed to get back in immediately. That's how I fixed that's how we fixed like other stuff like this. So if that is not working, I need to figure out why. So yeah, I think that would be a new bug if you found that. Or maybe someone reported at one point and I just forgot. There is a bad side effect to having Tickle. Tickle takes away a lot of your stats. Okay, so if it's not actually a bug that's currently happening, then yeah, that's something that was fixed, yes. Then that's not actually a bug, it's just a potential issue that I knew about before implementing him, yeah. Okay, but let's get back to the party member balancing talk here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have... Yeah, I think I'm gonna have Pepino. I think I'm gonna have Pepino the man that you have. Like, yeah, maybe like 5 of each, like, you know, each like cleaning product basically before he joins you. And then he takes them. And now you lose those. What could I do about Audrey, actually? Because Audrey is also a guaranteed party member now. She's the latest added to the crew there. In more ways than one. And she can be recruited just after you can recruit Pepino. Yeah, could just increase how much you have to spend. Yeah. And also, yeah, for her daily cost, yeah, she could just eat a bunch of coins. She could just eat a bunch of coins every night. So you would lose a lot of... Yeah, you would lose like $1 coin every night. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Mutt requires something from you before he's gonna give you the... Maybe he sells you the key. Ooh. What if he sells you the key and getting the key works just like buying one of his special items? And so not only it costs you money, but it also increases the cost of every other special offer item. Ooh, that'd be nasty. So not only getting that key costs you money, but it also makes all the items more expensive too. That would make it, you know, that would make you think twice. But still, as long as you know what you're doing, like this is a price you may very well be willing to pay. Just need to be careful that none of them have a cost that's so high that like nobody would want them, because that makes the game less interesting. Like you want all of them to be a possible valid, you know, option, ideally. And rebalancing some of the characters is going to be part of that. The rat baby doesn't already has a pretty steep cost to getting him. I don't think he really needs an extra cost. I think, I mean, typically losing one of your arms isn't that big a deal because typically characters are gonna focus on one damage type, right? So for the most part, you know, choosing to lose one of your arms is really just the moment where you decide whether, you know. I mean, you do lose two-handed weapons. That is a big thing. You do lose two-handed weapons. That is a more global thing. But for the most part, it's really just basically, you know, choosing what, you know, choosing the class of Sam, pretty much, right? Yeah. I will definitely. This is definitely like in the high priority list for 2.0 to add more skills to the rat baby. I talked about this before, but the plan is for the rat baby to gain skills based on the interactions with the other party members. So whenever like those special interactions the rat baby has with your friends, with your roommates, these are all going to teach the rat baby skills. I'm also going to change how often you can have those interactions. Right now, it just happens too quickly. Right now, you can just do these interactions one by one really fast, which feels a bit weird. Probably going to make it that you can only have an interaction with any given party member once per day, so that way it takes several days at least for each of them. Yeah. So each party member you include, each new roommate, just adds a new potential skill to the rat baby. That's the idea. You know, it's like all of your friends are helping you raise this child. And it's kind of changing how the child, you know, how the child grows a bit. I think that's fun. Yeah, the Zarya kick. Well, it's not the Zarya kick that's going to give the ability. The plan, I mean, it's not written yet, so the plan might change. But the plan is also to have, you know, the rat baby sort of have this, have a bit more of a rivalry, like a two-sided rivalry with Zarya. That like the rat baby like shits in her boots as revenge. And that could be the tone of the skill that the rat baby gains from interacting with Zarya. Like ambushing or something like that. I think that would also make people feel a little bit better about it. If it, although it's entirely Zarya starting it, if it became something a bit more two-sided, instead of just feeling like, you know, she is just a threat to your child, and that's it. And if it's a bit more two-sided, it doesn't feel quite as bad, you know? Yes. That's also part of the plan a bit, is to gain a little bit of begrudging respect when he starts biting back a bit too. That's also sort of part of the idea. Kind of an evolving relationship a bit. Right now, most interactions are just like two scenes. And we want it to be more like 3 or 4 scenes. And probably like the last scene would be when a character gains the skill. There might also be some times where it's not the rat baby that gains a skill, but it's the character. Or maybe they both do. That might be fun too. You know? So they're not, you know... Sometimes raising a child doesn't only teach things to the child. Sometimes you learn things about yourself too. Yeah, that is part of the plan, yes. To give you more of something to react, because right now that's part of the problem with this interaction is you just don't have any outlet. Like, this happens, and the only thing you can do about it is to kick her out, so because of that, a lot of people do. We do want people to consider kicking her out, but... right now it feels like that's kind of almost railroading people into kicking her out. Because that's like the only thing you can do. The game doesn't give you any other option, basically. So, at least chewing her out, I think, would make probably a lot of people decide to keep her. After this happens. I think so, yeah. I think the rat baby could learn something from Shadow. But could learn something from the Shadow. There could be kind of a scene where like everyone or many people present sort of participate in chewing her out. And then Monty is about to say something, but like she glares at him and he thinks better of it. You know? Juice box could also teach something to the rat. Yeah. Yeah, Monty does have a bumbling minion to a greater villain vibe. But yeah, the rat baby definitely needs to be a little bit bolstered, and I think when I finally get around to making those abilities, that'll really help. I don't know what the rat baby would need. Like, what kind of, like, daily cost the rat baby would have. I don't think it necessarily needs one. The fact that it just permanently removes your ability to use two-handed weapons is probably punishment enough. Doesn't necessarily need anything more. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't necessarily want to tie it to, like, doing some extra upkeep. That might just That's not really something that's, like, interesting for a hard mode, I think. That would just be sort of like some extra busy work. I definitely don't want to add, like, extra busy work unless it's... like, some sort of resource cost is what makes most sense. What if... okay, here's an idea. Here's a fun idea. The rat baby always cries at night and you have to get up and go soothe him. And whenever that happens, you only get half healing from sleep. It's like every other day, or maybe it's like a 50% chance or something. The rat baby prevents you from having a full night's sleep. So it just kind of, yeah, it just kind of hurts your ability to heal from sleeping. And hard mode already reduces the effectiveness of sleep. Hard mode already reduces it. And that would reduce it even further. On easy mode, it's a full heal. It's a full heal and full status effect recovery on hard mode. On easy mode. On normal mode, it's just a good heal. It doesn't necessarily fully heal you. Yeah. I think that would probably sometimes be the message. They could be like randomized messages when it happens, you know? Maybe it depends on how old the baby is and how much it's grown. If it hasn't grown yet, you're just woken up by its cries. And if it's grown more into like a toddler, if it can currently join your party, it would be more like it shows at your door, babbling that it had a nightmare, you know? Yeah, I threw up. Yeah. Hold up. Alright, let's think of more like daily costs. I think Dan could just sometimes start eating your snacks. We just have a chance to eat one of your snacks every day. Just at random. Bam. Yeah, every night, he would just eat one of your snacks. Whichever you have. Maybe he has like an order of preference. He's gonna eat some of them more often. Sophie. What would Sophie have as like an upkeep thing? I think Sophie would just break stuff. I think she would just randomly break stuff. Maybe she would randomly play with some of your weapons and break them. That'd be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad, actually. Maybe it's like she randomly plays with one of your weapons and there's just a chance it breaks. It's like a 50% chance. Oof. Oof. She randomly plays one of your games and erases your save. And now you have to start over. That'd be pretty funny. That wouldn't actually work. I couldn't actually do this because like the dialogues are not written in a way that it would make sense if they played a second time. You know? Like if the dialogues were more like a neutral description of what happens in the game, then it could work, but because they're not like this, you couldn't actually do that. You know, they're always about your experience of that for the first time. So, yeah, I couldn't actually do that, but that would be very funny. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, if she sent to her mom's, that wouldn't really work anymore. That would be a benefit of sending her to her mom, that it would remove that part. Maybe there would be an extra thing if she's at her mom's. That like you need to give up something every time you go recruit her or something. I don't know. Like the excuse that she gives her mom is that you have to go, she goes to help you like clean, right? Oh, here's an idea. The first time that you take her out, of that of Harriet's home, she gets a wicked little grin and says, "Yeah, I'm helping Sam clean his house." And he said that he would give me an allowance for it. And she gets a wicked grin. And she's like, was it $20? It was $20, right? And maybe you can say, what are you? And if you say there was no allowance, and then she like pouts and doesn't go, right? But if you say no, it was $10, and she's like, still good. And she takes it. And now you have to pay $10 every day that you want her in your party. That'd be pretty funny. I would like that. I would like that. Yeah, she was expecting 5. She got you. That'd be pretty good. That'd be a pretty good hard mode thing. I like that. Hell on earth? What do you mean? All right, let's put some more music on. Let's see. Dracula X. Dracula X. Another thing I would need for hard mode is to change what happens if you attack Eugene. Because killing Eugene is such a huge resource boost that on hard mode it might be just a bit too much of a slam dunk to murder him and get all of his stuff. So I think I would need to make the fight against Eugene way, way harder. And maybe Eugene would have fewer items. So maybe you would need to, like, wait more days to get all of his stuff. Or something. Like, maybe it would take twice as many days and twice as much spending to get his full inventory. Right? I mean, just his gun. Also, the fact that he's a shopkeeper means he has a lot of items. He could just throw grenades. You know? You could just chuck a bunch of grenades on turn 1 to really mess you up. Yeah, he could just open throwing a grenade. That would already be a huge deal. Yeah, just opening by throwing a grenade would... Or at least a firebomb or something. Acid flask, yeah. That would already make a big difference. Yeah, shopkeepers, if they're willing to just use their inventory, can be very deadly. Grenade isn't like 70 damage to all targets? Or something like that? The explosive is 100, right? 80 damage, yeah, something like that. Wasn't too far off. Yeah, as long as it's not something you can do lightly, I'm okay with people finding some sort of really busted way to get a bunch of resources, as long as you can't do it lightly. As long as it's not something so easy that you can just, you know, shrug and do it, you know? It has to be like a decision. It has to be either at a great cost or has a very high chance of killing you or, you know, stuff like that. That's the thing. That's the important thing to me. Also, save scumming is going to be harder to do a little bit on hard mode. Because you can still save with Sybil. It's not the thing where... I'm not doing the thing where you can only save once per day. Instead, you're just going to need to explore way more to unlock saving on hard mode. There could maybe be like a hardcore mode that makes it you can only save once per day. But... yeah, you're going to need to explore, I think, 3 times more to save on hard mode. So you need to do quite a bit of exploring. I'm also, in order to make this a bit easier to manage, I'm going to make it that when you approach your house, it's going to show the danger meter. Like when you walk up to your when you walk close to your entrance door, it's gonna pop up the danger meter so you can see if you're about to save or not. It's just gonna pop it up. Yeah, I mean, yes. If things are going well, you don't necessarily need to save more than once per day. But if you're about to do something really dangerous, it's very good to be able to save. And this is where save scumming would happen. And sometimes, you've just done... Sometimes, depending on how you're playing, you might, like, play the whole night. Like, you might stay up the whole night. And, if you stay up the whole night... That could be a problem. But yeah, the exploration rewards. The exploration rewards are pretty significant. But that's another thing that hard mode makes a little weaker, by the way. You don't get as much experience from exploration. You still get some, but it's not. It's reduced. So you kind of have to fight more to get levels. You don't get as many free levels. Yeah, I've been considering a bunch of ways to try and make, keep things fresh a bit for a returning player on hard mode. Considering a bunch of little things. I'm not going to talk about all of them. Some of it I do want to keep secret. Little surprises. Even for people who watch the stream. I'm probably going to try to keep some of the new, like, hard mode only enemies a little bit secret. I'm not going to go I'm not going to go crazy trying to hide them or anything, but I'm going to try to be careful not to show them in every stream, So, like, maybe if you watch every stream, you might see more or less all of them, but if you only catch one stream, it's not gonna, like, just spoil a bunch of them at once. I'm gonna try to avoid... To avoid the exposure, Reduce the exposure as much as I can for twist stuff. No, I think what I'm going to do is make fatigue a bit more of a problem on the hard mode. That's probably also on normal mode too, so that if you stay up late, you just get the fatigue status effect. And that should help. That should make people want to go back home with a bit more urgency when it's late. 1.6 is mostly a bunch of bug fixes from 1.5. And a lot of little things that I'm not talking about too, but little things mostly. So it's really not a content update like 1.5 was. Don't think of it as a content update. Like, there is extra content, but it's small things. This is more about because I wanted to have some bug fixes out before I start working on 2.0. Because, 2.0 is still far off, and there's a bunch of bugs that I want fixed before I start really getting into 2.0, basically. So it's more about getting those bug fixes out there early. So a lot of stuff that's going to be in 1.6 is just stuff that was intended to be in 2.0 that I'm just going to package into 1.6 because I don't want to have to manage a bunch of different versions of the game at once. That's a pain. So yeah, the extra content you'll get in 1.6 is, you can almost think of it as like a preview of the 2.0 update. So don't think of it as a content update. It's mainly a bug fix update, but with some little, bonus bits of content thrown in. Yeah, that's kind of what you should think of. There's a bunch of extremities, but a bunch of them are not implemented because, like I said, like once I realized this was going to be, I was going to put this out before 2.0, I kind of stopped adding enemies for the most part. But yeah, think of that as like a preview of 2.0. That's mostly there for the bug fixes. There is content in there. There's some content people don't know about. There's some good content that some people are gonna very much like, I think. Some stuff in there people are gonna appreciate, I'm sure. Some of it was in the beta, if you've played the beta. Some of it was not in the beta. You're not supposed to get an ad right now, or unless you just came. If you recently joined, that you might get one. But yes, I think some people are gonna like some of the additions. Actually, one of the additions, I'm pretty sure, is in the beta, and I don't think anyone's noticed it yet. At least I don't think I've seen people talk about it. Maybe people found it but just decided to keep quiet about it. You know, maybe people decided to, you know, keep it a surprise for everyone, which I appreciate. If you found a really cool secret or something in the beta and kept it to yourself, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. You know, you don't want to spoil people. You want to keep it fresh. But yeah, there's some fun stuff. Yeah, there's at least one thing that I think was in the beta that I don't think I've noticed anyone mention. So I'm not sure. The current beta, yes, the one that you can currently get if you set it on Steam, if you pick the beta there. Yeah, there's a beta. There's a beta. It's a little old at this point. It's now like, I think last time I updated it was like a month ago or so, maybe even more. But yeah, it's coming soon. Okay, I think I'm satisfied with this. Now let's do the moose head. Yeah, it took a little longer than expected because the we couldn't book the playtests for it because yeah, an update like this, you know, on a game that's live, you need to be careful about it. You need to playtest it. You can't just put it out. And yeah, we just couldn't we couldn't schedule a play test before well, before next week. So that introduced a bit more of a delay than expected for it. I mean, it could be one of the 100 gods. I mean, the 100 gods are not mindless, so I guess it depends on if you imagine it being mindless or still having a mind. You know, you could imagine it as being just an animal, basically. Or just having, you know, or being a mindless creature, in which case it wouldn't be one of the 100 gods. So yeah, that's up to you. Yeah, there's probably way more than 100 something giant, super powerful humans. The 100 gods would be specifically like giant, super powerful humans that are also still completely sane and power hungry. You know? So, you know, giant, powerful mutants that decide to keep to themselves would not be, you know, those would not be one of the 100 gods, because they would not have the, you know, they would just not have the ambition to try and take control of, like, a city or something, right? Yeah. So it all depends on whether they have the means and whether they want to sort of use their newfound power to gain some sort of control or power over people. Yeah, there will be a lot of benign ones. Either because they just don't have, either because they're just too mindless or too basic, too simple. Like someone might become like 100 god, but and he's not like a beast or anything. But he's just not really, you know, just doesn't really have the brains to like organize. Doesn't have the political the political know-how. Just doesn't have the ruthlessness for it, you know? So like you could see like a giant monster thing that just tries to like run for office and fails. You know? Makes a few attempts, but it just doesn't work out. Maybe he makes a very weak attempt at like a coup or something, but just really doesn't know how to play the game. Really doesn't know how to do something like this. Didn't surround himself with, didn't surround himself with people with the know-how either. I wouldn't say it's necessarily luck, Dream Simulators. But I'm not going to go into the mechanics of exactly how this works. You know, this is meant the exact mechanics of how people turn into what they do is meant to be up for interpretation and up to your understanding of. So yeah, that's definitely not something I just want to spill the beans on. But, you know. I mean, people describe it, in one of the endings, people describe it as like winning the lottery. And I mean, there's probably at least some element of chance to it. But yeah, there's nothing in the game that like just straight, like spells out exactly how that works. But people do refer to it as something like winning a lottery, so at least it is at least a perception that, you know, there's like a luck element involved.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
The Jaggies, I keep it kind of in mind, but I mean, it depends if I'm making something that just needs to be an asset for a game, where it just needs to look good enough. I'm gonna tweak sort of how careful I am, or how deliberate I am, based on sort of the needs of it. You know, sometimes something can be pretty rough, pretty basic, and sometimes you want to go the extra mile. You know, it depends on what the needs are. Especially if something is going to be animated in motion, it might not have as much of a requirement of, you know. All right, let's do a little stretch. Let's do a little stretch, folks. Jaggies can mean several things with pixel art. It's not really like a technical term or anything. It just describes a vague idea that something feels rough, sort of. But one of the things you could describe as jaggies is what I've also heard of as bending. That's something that can be what you mean by jaggies. Bending is a very specific thing. It's when you have a pattern of pixels that makes something look like it has a lower resolution than the actual resolution. So when a pattern of pixels makes something looks more, like a lower resolution than the actual one. So for instance, the most obvious version of that is a 2x2 square like this, right? So whenever you have a shape like this that's like a 2x2, like that draws attention to itself. Like that's a very recognizable, that makes it look like, oh, this is like a lower resolution image there, right? So you have to be careful about shapes like this. Another thing is when you have pixels that just line up like this. This also kind of has this it really draws the eye, right? So stuff like this. There's a bunch of patterns like this that you kind of want to avoid if you can. So yeah, something like this, like two lines, two 1 pixel long lines like this, are very, like, it really draws the attention. It really draws the eye. So that's another thing you kind of want to. There's a lot of little things like this you want to avoid, that you kind of learn to avoid. A lot of experienced pixel artists that might have never even really heard about this
just kind of learn instinctually to avoid these things without really, because like you can tell it looks weird, like it's sort of annoying, you know. It just looks unclean. It looks like you know, it just vaguely makes something look rough. It's also one of the reasons, you know, the two color bands. That's one of the reasons why pillow shading is bad, because pillow shading makes you do patterns like this. You know, something like that. That's generally something you want to avoid, right? Because that really draws the eye. Now, sometimes you might want to draw the eye on something, and so you might selectively do a little bit of it, but you just need to be careful about it. But yeah, so that's the kind of thing. It is pixel clusters that are in some sort of pattern that sort of draws the eye and makes the low resolution obvious. And yeah, you'll see when you see me like detailing really quickly like this, you'll see a bunch of little tweaks and little changes that are like meant to reduce that. And there's a bunch of little ways to reduce it. And it's the kind of thing where at first you have to think about it. But over time, it just becomes second nature when you've been doing it for a while. It just becomes just a natural thing you do. You don't even have to think about it. This is why I can talk while drawing. This is why I can talk so much while doing art like this. Especially when I'm polishing something. Like, it's not really something you have to think about after a while. You just notice patterns and it's just an autopilot thing, you know? Is just an autopilot thing. Let's look at a moose head here. Be good to have an actual model. Man, it's so difficult to just get an image now. Most of the images you get on Google, you click and then it just tries to load a whole site instead of just showing you the image you're looking at. It's so annoying. Just want that image. I just want to see that image. There we go. Yeah, all the Topra, all of the children in the game have a built-in strength reduction where their attack is always halved no matter what. So any sort of real stat increase buff 2 is only increased by 1 for them. Sophie and Joel also have that. This is why, like, weapons, anything that increases attack for them doesn't increase it by as much.
I think it affects Joel too. I think. Maybe it's only Sophie and the rat baby? I'm not sure. Also, similarly, Audrey also has all healing affects Audrey only by half, but she does get a free heal every night. She repairs herself. So she gets way more back from healing than from sleeping than other party members. Yeah, it was because I couldn't... So I might have actually done that if... I might have done that if I could make it that you literally can't use healing items on her at all. But that seemed kind of complicated to implement. So, and I didn't want to have it that, oh, you can use them, but they're just completely wasted. They just do nothing. Which just feels like a bug. You want to always be careful. You always want to be careful to not put in a feature that looks like a bug. Because that just makes your game look janky as hell. And it's really frustrating. Because it feels like, oh, a bug has robbed me of something. Instead of, oh, it's intended to be that way for reasons. Yeah. Yeah, you want to be really careful about anything that looks like it could be a bug. Yeah, but people might forget. Or skip it, or... Also, I wanted to also affect, like, healing items, too. Like, medical items, like bandages. Not just food. Yep. That's just how it be. Okay, thinking about more of these, So yeah, Morton's cost per day. What would be the daily cost of Morton? He could just temporarily take away one accessory per day. And, like, he gives it back. And now, like, every day when Morton is there, you might just lose an accessory. But, I don't know. Or a random treasure item. Like a sellable treasure item. And he just takes it and it's just gone forever. It's in his pile. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of them I want to improve. I mean, a big one is the landlord's apartment. I talked about this before. Maybe I'll have time to do some improvements to it for 1.6. We'll see. There's a few small things I've already done for it, but it's not much. It needs more. The plant dungeon I had a bunch of plans for that I had to simplify for the launch. I wanted there to be a bunch of a bunch of places to use herbicide at for that place. It's actually what herbicide was originally made for. It was meant to be like almost like a key specific to that area, and like you would at first maybe go in there with some of it. So every time you get herbicide, you would sort of wonder whether you want to use it for some of like the flesh doors outside or to explore that area more deeply. But in the end, I just kept it for things outside of there. Yeah, basically like salt for the ice blocks, but specifically for doorways instead of like all this puzzle. Instead of like a puzzle for actually like moving through a place, it would just be like actual whole doors, like whole rooms you unlock. And the big difference with the ice blocks is it would be something that you also use a lot outside, while the ice blocks, it's mostly just something in one place, with like one exception. And also, I mean, the herbicide is just something you find more of overall and that you can craft more. But yeah, pretty much like that. But yeah, that was part of the plan for the plant department. Maybe for 2.0, this idea might come back. This idea might come back for 2.0. We'll see. She would just kill NPCs every day. Every day she kills another NPC. Well, I'm half serious. It would be a bit more of a problem in Look Outside, but it is one of the things that can happen in Malison with her. But it doesn't happen just every day like that. It's one of the potential outcomes of her quest in Malison is that she starts just killing NPCs. That's the plan for it. It's not in there yet, though. It's not actually set up that way yet, so we'll see if it continues in that direction in Malison. But yeah, and Look Outside, that would be a bit... There's not as many NPCs in Look Outside, and mean, you know, it might be doable. That might be fun. That she just starts killing NPCs. And you never know which ones are gonna die. Until you sleep. And you just find the corpses. Well, it wouldn't be... I mean, I could just control which NPCs she kills, you know? They don't need to always be the same ones. And there could be a bunch of NPCs that are not that big a deal for her to kill. The problem is that it would be very difficult for the game to properly respond to it. You know? Especially if an NPC is in a crowd of people. Like, the others would all just behave as if they were still alive, basically. Unless there's a lot of extra work put into it. So, yeah, that's the kind of thing. That makes this a little... You know, Malison is a bit more meant for you to potentially kill a bunch of people. So, generally, like, the game goes crazy when you start killing NPCs. Like, every other NPC nearby gets violent. And they all attack you. And it's like a whole thing. And so having NPCs die is like something Malison is more built for. Look Outside isn't really meant for that. Like, you can still kill a bunch of NPCs, but, you know. It's just a bit more awkward to make this work with how Malison works. It's just a bit simpler of a game, you know? So, yeah. So, I mean, that would be fun. That would be a fun twist for Helen to start just killing NPCs if she's in your party. If she's not, if she's a roommate even. But that would come with a lot of complications, so. Yeah, that could be it. That could be that she just brings a bunch of corpses. She just brings a bunch of corpses in your home, and like there's a bunch of flies, and it tanks your morale, and increases your stress. And maybe after a while, maybe only after a while, she starts killing NPCs. At first, it's just randoms. That would be fun. That's something to think about. I'm curious. You know, a lot of people, because, you know, the game, you know, there's a lot of characters in the game that are given a little bit of characterization, but a lot of it, it's like the player is mostly filling in the blanks, you know? And Ellen is definitely one such character where it's mostly the player filling in the blanks, right? But I'm curious to poll people. How many people do you think Helen killed before before the visitor showed up? I'm sure some people would say 0. I'm sure some people would say, what? She doesn't kill anyone. She just looks a little scary is all. And you know, it's not... The game doesn't explicitly say, you know, too much. So, you know, this is up to interpretation. But I'm just, you know, it's interesting to see the breadth of characterizations people make, you know? Yeah, you know, there's a lot of different, you know, a lot of this, like I said, a lot of that is left up to the player. I'm just curious to see, you know, where people tend to, you know, where people tend to go with that. Of course, I have an idea of it. You know, I could answer this, but I don't know if I should. You know, I don't know if I should answer it because that kind of cements it as like the canon answer. And I think it's more interesting if people just keep it to their own interpretations. It's one of these things. I kind of prefer people interpreting it themselves. Yeah, one, you know. Well, Frankie, you could tell us, but I think it's not really our business, if she wants to open up about it, then that's up to her, but I feel like it's none of my business. I don't want to pry. All right? Yeah, I respect Helen's privacy, Frankie. Well, for context, I was on a road trip with Eric, the writer of the game and also the composer. And during that road trip, I actually asked him that question, just to see if we were on the same page about her as a character. Hey, so how many people do you think Helen's killed before the events of the game? Just wanted to see, because this isn't really, this wasn't something we specifically talked about, other than like general ideas of what the characters are like and all this. And I was curious to see if we were on the same page, and we were on the same page. We were on the same page. We yeah. Now listen. Now, we'll see. We'll see if the 2.0 editions might bring a... maybe it's going to be a bit more relevant to go into her past. I would like 2.0 to have a little bit more character interactions that maybe give a little bit more to chew on for the characters. But I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far into it. I don't want to, fill all the blanks for the characters. I think they're just more interesting if... They're more interesting, I think, if the player gets to sort of imagine some of it. So we're probably not going to fill, all the blanks or anything. But, if we do go into the characters, there's probably going to be a bit more. But, we always have to think about this balance. Especially when you, add something in, an update. Is that people are going to have existing ideas of those characters, and you don't necessarily want to you don't want to fill all of the blanks lightly, because people enjoy and theorizing and Damn. That priest is dead? Oh, actually, thinking of that, that gives me an idea. That gives me an idea. What if she specifically goes after the last person who knocked at your door? Yeah. So if she's in your party, if she's a roommate, some characters don't get to show up again. And maybe you get a hint when it happens. Maybe you get a hint when it happens that, like, during the conversation, she says, you know, ... when that person leaves. She just says ... Maybe she says ... and then, like, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. She just leaves without a word. I'll be right back. That would be a pretty fun way. Cause that, I mean, it's okay. I have to think about it. This though, I have to think about this though, right? I have to think about this. There's a chance that her killing off NPCs after you've already seen them. There's a chance that this wouldn't actually really be a negative, and this would mostly be a positive. I mean, sometimes it might be bad, like say Morton shows up and you couldn't give him enough, you know, or say it happens with the pizza guy. Damn, devastating. But a lot of times it might actually just be a good thing, right? It might just be a good thing every once in a while. Now, I'm not sure how it would work, though. I'm not sure. No, the whole point, the whole idea of this is to add, on hard mode only, to add sort of a drawback to having some... To every character would have some sort of drawback if they're a roommate. There will be something, some sort of cost or something to any character who's a roommate. So not even necessarily in your party, just having them in your, like, you know, has some kind of daily cost. Just to add it so that in hard mode, there's like an extra little bit of decision making you have to make for each of them. You know, it's no longer a slam dunk to just get them all inside. You know, now you have to sort of think a little bit about what it does, right? And I don't want it to be so bad that like no one wants to take someone, but enough that like, ooh, if you're not sure you're gonna use that character, you're not just going to get them in lightly. You know, you're gonna actually wonder. You're gonna ask yourself, do I want her in my party? Do I want her to be there as an option? And it's not certain. You're not going to know for sure if you do. You know? But yeah, I do like that. I do like the idea that Helen just... randomly, I think it would be like every time you have someone at the door, it would be like Maybe every time someone at the door leaves, there would be a 1 in 3 chance that Ellen now has a target that night. Right? A 1 in 3 chance that Helen now has a target for tonight. And that's it. Maybe there would be a chance to get her to back off. But if there would be, because that would be interesting, maybe there would be a chance to get her to back off. Like, that might be an interesting interaction. But maybe it would be this thing where, like, okay, you get 1. And if you get her to back off a second time, she attacks you or something. I don't know. Like, that might be an interesting thing to have, like, as a limited thing you can do. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Something like that. I think that might be interesting. So with Lei, I think Lei would just eat your food. Lei would just eat a bunch of your food every day, every night. Like, you would just lose food in your fridge every night. I think with yeah, I think that one's kind of obvious. That one's a slam dunk for Lei. I mean, there could also be some extra risks too, like some extra events that can only happen in hard mode that are like specific to having this character in your party, and now it's like a thing you have to deal with. And like one of them could be that like Lei turns into the grinning beast in your apartment and attacks. Like, she just loses control at random at one point, you know? She just loses it. That could be something that can happen. Maybe it has like a, you know, like a 20% chance to happen every time you sleep or something. Yeah. It's like, yeah, that could be a thing. Like, she eats your food. She eats food, but there's also a chance that instead of eating food, she just turns into the grinning beast and attacks you. And that would put you in a fight against the grinning beast where everyone in the party starts asleep. Oh, that'd be fucking nasty. Oof. Oof. Everyone starts asleep. I mean, I'm not sure. That might not be a good idea. The main thing is, okay, so what happens if you die? The moment you're about to sleep, you just undo all of the progress you had that day. Or it really just means you die and you have to sleep again. That's not really interesting. No, I think... What if instead the role where she might turn into the grinning beast has a chance to happen when you return home? When you return home and you have enough danger that you can sleep, that you can save. That's when there's a small chance that she loses her shit and attacks you just before you can save. Oof. That could be pretty nasty. That could be pretty nasty. Because, I mean, you're going back home. So chances are you're hurt. Now, that fight is probably not... I don't know. That might be too bad. That might be too nasty. I don't know. That might be too nasty. Because, yeah, you're returning home. Chances are you're hurt already. You're going back home to recover. So you would be... at a really, like, risky time, suddenly getting into a boss battle. You know? So that would be in effect punishing you for going to heal when you're hurt. So I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. That might just be like a really frustrating thing that makes Lei just too dangerous to use entirely. So I don't know. Maybe I need to think about this a bit more. Maybe, okay. Maybe if it happens, you have a... Okay, here's an idea. When it happens, you go back... Oh, here's an idea. Yeah. No. You go back home, and there is like a 20% chance that when you return home, she turns into the grinning beast because she's hungry, and she goes for the fridge. And you have two choices. You either let her eat, in which case she's going to eat a lot of your food, or you attack her to prevent her from doing this. You attack her to like get her to stop, and that way you don't lose extra food. Right? And so because of this, if you're too hurt to fight, you just lose a bunch of your food. Right? So you have a choice. You're not doomed. If you're not in shape to fight her, you have to make a decision at that moment. Can I actually take her to save your food from getting eaten? That's good. That's the decision moment. You now have to make a threat assessment. Can I take her right now? Can I do it? Or am I just going to die just before I get to save? So it's like the best time to have something like that hanging over your head. I'm just about to save. If I die, I lose a bunch of progress. Do I risk trying to fight her? Do I risk trying to fight her? Or do I just let her eat? And hope that I don't lose too much food. Right? I think that's good. That's a much better version of it. So now you have an option. You don't have to fight her. You have an option. But that option is a big cost. You lose a bunch of food resources. Right? I think she would eat more than 1 unit of food. I think she would maybe eat like 4 random food items or something. Like, you would lose a lot of stuff. That would not be like a small amount. It would not be like a little cost. And on top of that, she eats food every day. I mean, maybe not. Maybe that would replace the idea that she eats food every night. She just has this thing she can do. No, she would not have the items that you give her. I mean, the way that the Grinning Beast setup works, it's already supposed to kind of ignore the items she has equipped for the most part. I set it up that most of her Grinning Beast abilities use her level instead of using her stats. That way it's almost like she can't, because she can't wield items in that form, right? That's why I made it that way. So it's like her items don't matter anymore. Now it's all about her level when she's I think after you beat her before she gets to eat, I think she would just laugh it off. She would just laugh it off like, ah! I'll get you next time. All right. Back off. Not even that hungry anyway. Or maybe she'd say, maybe it'd be more like, maybe it'd be more like, you know, the fact that she got a refight with you feels like victory enough, you know? So maybe she doesn't need the food that badly. You know? Getting to fight again was reward enough. Yeah, I like that. I think that's fun. That might be more fun than or just eating food every night. Because I might want to do that. All of these costs, all of these like character costs like this are not always at night. Because if you have a lot of people in your party, if you have a lot of people at home, that would have a lot of messages every time you sleep. That would be a bit annoying, maybe. Like you have to mesh. If you have like 11 people at home, that would potentially be like 11 messages. So finding alternatives to that they're not always just every time when you sleep, finding like different times that it can trigger instead might be a good idea. So yeah, hers being when you go back home, I think that might be a good idea here. I should really be writing these down, right? I have not actually been writing any of this shit down. I should probably do that. I have the VOD. Yeah. Let's go over. All right, let's go over them. I'm not gonna put this on screen because there's a bunch of 2.0 stuff here that I want to keep secret. Okay, so, all right. I'm gonna type this on the side. It's not gonna be on screen, folks. Sorry. The VODs are no longer going poof now because I am keeping them on YouTube now, unless YouTube also decides to remove this. Okay, so first Joel. Joel. Now, hard mode recruit cost. Will only wants 10 ? Toothpaste to join. And hard mode daily cost uses up 1 toothpaste per day. And if you run out of toothpaste, Joel gets a status effect. The next day, that cuts his attack power by 30%. There we go. Yeah, it's an unlisted. Well, the playlist is not unlisted, but the videos are unlisted because I don't want to spam my YouTube videos with streams every day. I mean, I don't really put anything else up, so I guess it's not really a problem. But I stream almost every day, so people can look at that instead. But yeah, there is a playlist on my channel with all of the VODs in it, and you can check them from there. But yeah. So he's gonna have I think I like that. Status effect the next day that cuts attack power by 30%. So you need a constant feed of toothpaste for Joel on hard mode. I like that. That's fun. It's an extra cost. Now toothpaste is way more important. And you need 10 to start. So that's going to eat up a lot of it already, right? So I like that. That's good. Oh
no, it's time to stretch.
Oh, time to stretch, folks. Time to stretch. Okay. Then lay. Okay. Lay recruit cost. None make the fight much more difficult instead. And hard mode daily cost. That would be on returning home, 20% chance. Maybe not. I'm putting a question mark there. Maybe it's going to be like every X number of days instead. I'm not sure. Max 1 per day. Will turn into the grinning beast and start eating your food. Your food in your fridge. You can either let her have it. She eats X amount of food items. Of random food items. Or you can attack her to keep the food. Have to fight grinning beast again. There you go. So I like that. So you get to choose when it happens. You get to choose. There might be ways I need to balance this. Like maybe, like it can definitely not happen more than once per day. And maybe it shouldn't happen 2 days in a row either, but I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe something like that, but you know. So yeah, you have to, you know, surprise fight just before you get to save, I think is very effective. I think that's really nasty, right? And yeah, you can choose to just waste a bunch of food instead. So it's it's an option. I like that. Well, the upcoming update has some little additions to that, and you know. Yeah. Yeah, 20 corpses exploded and exploded in pink with pink paint. Okay, so that's Lay. Now, Ernest. Okay, so Ernest hard mode. So hard mode recruit cost. 1 sandwich per day. Normal. That's normal for temp. And then there's going through, and then, you know, Rat Hell made more difficult for permanent edition. And now, what would be the hard mode daily cost of Ernest? What would be Ernest's? Yeah, cheese, but you would be likely to not have. You would be likely to not have any cheese, though. There's not a lot of sources of cheese. I mean, there's one big specific. There's one big specific. There's one big specific source of cheese, but if you don't know about that, like you just need to go specifically get, like, buy some cheese there. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, that's not really much of a... That's not much of a complication. Maybe he, let's say, Yeah, that's tricky. I'm not sure. Not sure. I don't want it to overlap too much with the others. I want it to feel a bit different, you know? Just looking for, yeah, maybe something about the paranoia. Maybe, maybe when someone knocks at the door, he has a chance to block you from answering. Ooh. Because he's terrified. He's basically getting like a paranoia, you know, freak out. Yeah. Max once per day when someone knocks at the door. And you try to answer. He yells at them to go away. Thinking it's the feds. Yeah. So there you go. So you get one less roll. You have a chance to get one less roll per day. Maximum once per day. Yeah, I like that. That feels different from the others. And again, it's not just something that happens when you sleep, so it doesn't pile even more messages, you know? I like that. I like that. Chance. Maybe like a 30% chance or something. 30% chance he yells at them to go away. That's a possibility. That can be fun. Okay, next, Rat Baby. Hard mode, recruit, cost. I don't think he needs anything more. You're already losing. You're already losing your arm. So, you know, that should just stay the same, I think. Hard mode, daily costs. Every night, when still a baby, he cries at night and halves the quality of your sleep. Because you need to get up to soothe him. When he's a toddler, knocks at your bedroom door because he had a nightmare. Same effect. It will be specifically Sam, I think. It would be specifically Sam. Actually, maybe as a baby, everyone's bothered. And when he's a toddler, it's only Sam. The Rat Baby is going to get buffed. The Rat Baby, the plan is that the Rat Baby is going to get unique skills for every party member that interacts with him. So every party member that interacts with him is going to teach him something new, basically. So it's going to be a fun thing where, like, the Rat Baby's skills are going to grow, reflecting all the people you have at your home. That's been the plan for a while. I just didn't have time to do it. I only did the one connected to Sam, which is copy dad. That's the only one in right now. Of everyone's sleep because of that, and then same effect but only for Sam. There you go. All right, so yeah, so that's for the rat baby. Next, let's do Papineau. So hard mode recruit cost 5 question mark, not sure about the number, of every cleaning product. So you need to just lose a bunch of crafting materials to recruit them. And hard mode daily cost. I think it would just take random. It would just take random cleaning products. Take random cleaning product every day to clean the house. I mean, we'll see. I just put 5 of each. It's not of every clean. It's specifically the cleaning, the cleaning ones. But yeah, I think we'll see. I'll figure out the right number for it. But I mean, that's the thing. The thing to think about is this is hard mode specifically, right? And hard mode is specifically meant for people who've played the game before, not for first-time players. And so because of that, when someone plays hard mode, they're way more likely to have a lot of items because they know where everything is. They know how to get all the stuff. So this is why I need to have like a bunch of things that increases costs for everything to take away some of these resources. So that's why I add a lot of stuff that costs resources that way. Now, Audrey, hard mode recruit cost. Mutt sells you the key instead of giving it for free. It's considered a special item and raises the price of all of his other items. So it just forces you to buy an extra thing from Mutt. Maybe the key is $100. $100 base price. So that's not nothing. That's not nothing, but Yeah. It's the description is go. The hard mode description already says that. It's just the hard mode doesn't show up yet. But yes, it very explicitly tells you this is meant for people who've completed the game before, who want to play it again with an extra challenge. That is very explicit. That's not going to be something hidden. It's not going to be subtle. There might even be an extra warning if you pick it or something. Yeah. Okay, so that's... Oh, and also hard mode daily cost. She would eat... she eats some of your coins. Which, I mean... Eating some of your coins isn't really that... I don't know about eating your coins, because at this point of the game, you don't have a lot of uses for your coins anyway. The main thing is you want quarters to buy candy, right? Yeah, maybe she restocks with your beverages. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Or what if it's more something about how she's repairing herself? Maybe she like takes something that's more like equipment that she needs to make her repairs. Hmm. Yeah, but junk is maybe duct tape more. But duct tape is not something you might have none at all. Um you might have no duct tape at all. Hmm. Yeah, hmm. Well, for Philippe, we'll have to see. Maybe she just takes cans. Yeah, maybe she just takes some of your cans if you have some. But I mean, you might just not have any cans, so would there be a drawback if she has none to restock with? Hmm. Yeah, maybe she could. Yeah, maybe she could have a chance to go away, but I don't know. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. I need to think about it. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe coins is enough. Maybe coins is enough. And maybe the thing is that now, okay, maybe the way to think about it is not that coins are really valuable at this point. It's more that, like, if she doesn't have, like, now you need to have coins. Now you need to actually find some. And if you run out of coins, she actually gets weaker. So now if you want Audrey in your team, you actually want to consider not spending coins throughout the whole game because you want to keep her at full strength for as long as you can, right? Or you want to like you might want to keep, the coin collection thing to break that open, you know? Yeah. She eats some of your coins every night. $1. $1 worth. If you are out of coins, her stats are lowered the next day. Okay, there you go. So yeah, she just eats up $1 worth of yeah. Yeah, she eats up $1 worth of coins. And maybe she also doesn't heal. Yeah. And doesn't get repairs that night. Okay. That's Audrey. Okay, that's all. Oh, no, roaches. So, hard mode, recruit cost. Yeah, but again, you have to remember, Ethereal Omni, is that... Now, that might be too much. Maybe 50 cents is going to be better. But one thing about it is you do have to remember, this is for people who've played the game before, so they will remember where to find coins. So, I think it's not that bad, but we'll see. Okay. So, roaches. Hard mode recruit cost. Unchanged. Maybe the roaches are a bit harder to please. And hard mode daily cost. I think... Yeah, the roaches, they just make your hygiene worse, I think.
think, yeah, they would maybe just worse. Yeah. Worsens your hygiene. Yeah, I think so. They just make your hygiene worse. Okay, that's roaches. Now let's go over the recruitables. Sophie. Hard mode recruit cost. No, okay, so the characters that are just happen like at random don't necessarily have a recruit cost. So none, but hard mode daily cost. Every night she plays with one of your weapons and has a chance to break it. I like that one. She just plays with one of your weapons at random and has a chance to break it. That's Sophie. Yep. And if you take her back to her home, instead she tricks you into having to give her an allowance every time she joins. Yep. So before she goes home, she plays with your weapons and breaks them. She has a chance, probably like 50% chance to break a random weapon every night. I think that's pretty nasty, especially if you get fewer weapons in hard mode and they already break more often. And if you take her back home, she doesn't stay at your home at night anymore. But now every time you take her out, she has like an allowance. That's Sophie. Dan. Hard mode recruit cost. None. Hard mode daily cost. I think every night he eats a bunch of your snacks. Eats some of your snacks at random. I think that makes sense for Dan. I mean, Dan getting like packages from viewers and stuff might be fun, as like a not really like a hard mode thing. At random for gaming. Oh, what? No. How about instead of being at night, it's every time you play a video game? Yeah, every time you play a game, you play a video game, he eats some of your snacks and drinks at random. I like that. Specifically when you play a video game. I like that. Yeah, oh yeah, and you need... If you don't play a game once per day, the next day he's bored. The next day, his stream has no viewers. Or his stream chat. His stream chat is hostile. And he gets nothing from him. Maybe also a debuff. Like that. That's Dan. Okay, okay. Yes, Helen. Yes, Helen. We have a pretty good idea for her. We might not actually do it, but I think I like it. So, recruit cost, none. Hard mode, daily cost. We'll see. Every time you have a guest at your door who leaves, she has a chance to murder them. That character can never come back at your door. Possibly a 20% chance. Max 1 per day. That's the idea for Helen. At a max of 1 per day. Every time you see someone, there's a chance she just gets a bloodlust. Okay, that's Helen. Who's next? Who's next? Yeah, it would be great if you could find the bodies, if she stashes them all in one place. Yeah. Yeah, Morton. Hard mode recruit cost. None. Maybe needs more junk. Nah. No change. It already takes a lot of junk to recruit him. Hard mode, daily cost, and on top of that, you need to be lucky, so. Yeah, that could be a thing where, like, you might have already sated her bloodlust in some other way. That would be fun, because then you might actually, like, selectively murder NPCs. Yeah. You can manually sate her bloodlust by killing someone on purpose. Only specific NPCs count. Or friendly door encounters. So she kind of just forces your hand to kill NPCs. I think that's pretty fun. Okay. Morton. What would be the daily cost of Morton? The idea was that Morton would just take accessories at random. Yeah, borrowing them would be good. Yeah. Every day, every night, Morton takes one of your accessories and returns it the next night to take another one. No, just for a day. So it's like every day, one of your accessories is just not available. It might be an accessory you really needed that day. I don't know. It's not a huge thing.
Yeah, maybe it could be your most valuable, or... Maybe. But for now, I'll just say one of your accessories. I'll just say one of your accessories for now. And maybe he equips it, too. Maybe that's how you can tell which one he's got. He equips it, and it's locked, so it can't be removed. It could also be a thing where, like, yeah, maybe that, too. Other option. Every night, he takes away one of your treasures. Sellable items. It could be that he takes a treasure, but if you're out of treasures, he starts taking accessories. Ooh. Oh, that's good, actually. That means you actually want to not sell all of your treasures. Because you want there to be, like, your treasures protects... Your treasures essentially protects your accessories from being taken. I kind of like that. Yeah, but that gives a value to them. Like some of the valueless ones are almost like sort of free Morton mulligans, you know? They're like, you know, the children's drawings are going to go first. But when you're out of when your children's drawings are gone, next thing is your crimson amulet or whatever, right? I like that. Yeah. I kind of like it, like, thematically, but I don't know. We'll see. Also, he takes a random accessory. He doesn't take your cheapest. So he might take something valuable you haven't. So, although, like, selling items isn't as difficult now, so... Yeah, sure, you can talk about it in the Discord. Maybe in the beta channel. That's where we usually, like, talk about stuff that's not in the game yet. I don't know about refusing to let you sell junk. I mean, it does work thematically. That he won't let you sell junk because he wants to hoard items. Oh, here's an idea. How about every time you grab treasure, there's a 50% chance that he takes it. He snatches it. So you just lose a random half of the treasures you get. Because he's hoarding them. He wants them. The Morton tax. Yeah, or he takes accessories and you can trade them with... yeah, maybe. That's not bad. Yeah. I like the idea that he just has a chance to take junk. To take treasures when you get one. You can run out of door encounters, yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to... There's a bunch of ways the game sort of compensates for if you run out of door encounters. And right now, if all door encounters are gone, then every time you have a door encounter, it's the empty door. You know, when you open the door and there's nothing and there's just an item. That's the default one if you have no other encounters you can get. You just end up getting just a bunch of random items at your door. I'm not sure if it's possible to remove all encounters right now. I'm not sure it's possible. It might be. You could definitely need to, you know, you need to do it on purpose for sure.
Yeah, possibly. No, I don't think the cursed ones would show up, actually. Alright, so yeah, every time you take a treasure, 50% chance, question mark, that Morton snatches it from your inventory for his hoard of baubles. I like that. That's good. And that does feel like it's appropriate for Morton's character there. Alright, so who's next? Who's next? Is there more? Did I go over all of them? Who did I forget? Oh yes, they're in Monty. I mean, they already do a big thing. They already do a big thing of taking your room, but that's more of a thematic annoyance than an actual... That doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, Roaches has one. Zarya and Monty. Hard mode. Recruit cost. No change. Hard mode. Daily cost. I think they take booze. They take any booze you have. Every day. Every night. Yeah, they just take your booze. Yeah. There's probably going to be some special endings. I'm not sure if there's going to be one, because there's a lot of endings. They wouldn't all have like some special, but there might be like a special thing that's only in hard mode. We'll see. Yeah, any booze you have every night. Maybe preferring and they take two. They take 2 items if they can. If they can't find any, you don't get a free Monty craft or a free bullets for Zarya. That works. And Philippe. Well, Precious Little Prince. No drawbacks whatsoever. There we go. I think that's it then. I don't think we've forgotten anything. Yeah. Yeah, it gives you a kiss on the forehead. I like that. That's good. I like these. And also, another larger thing here. Oh, yes, the shadow, yes. So what would the shadow do in exchange for being home? Would Shadow take something in exchange for these little gifts? Maybe he just boosts the stress every day. Yeah. Yep, that's hard mode. Yeah, it just kind of gives you the willies. Um, and okay, so the other thing I was considering for hard mode, party size is capped at 3. Possibly way to grow it back to 4 at some sort of great cost. I'm not sure what would be the way, but I would find it more interesting to cap the party size at 3 if there's a way to get back the 4th party member slot, but at some sort of cost. But I don't know what that cost would be. Because that way you can, if you have a strategy in mind for hard mode that really needs a 4th party member, right? But, like, it would need to be a significant cost. Like, something would need to, you would need to give something. You know? I don't know what it would be. But something to think about. I'm, nah. Because then you could just get a party member that you don't care about and kill them. Nah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the cost would be to grow your party. Maybe, how about it's like, if you have a larger party, you're like attracting the attention of something. You know? Like, what if the shades appear way more often if you have a full party? Yeah. That might be a way to do it. Maybe a reduction in XP. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it would be a new thing. Maybe it would be a new thing that Mutt sells, and it's like Leadership for Dummies or something. Like a book called Leadership for Dummies, and it costs like $500. And you don't know when it's gonna appear at Mutt's. Or maybe it always appears on like the first day on hard mode. So it's always there, but it's like a big cost. And increases the cost of everything. That might work. Maybe it would be like $1,000. That would be like a big cost. It would be worth it. But here's the thing, though. If everyone ends up buying it, then it's not really a thing to force people to have smaller parties. It's more a thing to force people to spend money. Yeah, that's the problem. That wouldn't actually force people to work with a smaller party. It would just force people to spend the cash. If it only lasts one day, that might work. People would, like, only use it for the final boss, basically. Yeah, it being a late item you get at Eugene's might be better than Mutt. Because then you need to spend a bunch of money at Eugene's to even get the opportunity. So that would prevent you from raiding Eugene too early. You can still kill him after you get that, but to get there, you need to spend money at Eugene's anyway. So you would need to work your way up there. And also, every time Eugene expands its shop, that takes a day. Yeah, that might be the... Yeah, going for Eugene for that instead of... that might be the play. I mean, with Mutt, it would be potentially a random thing too. But I kind of like it if it's... Being random is maybe this is too big of an improvement to make it up to chance. So instead tying it to... No. I think... yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be for Nestor. Maybe it would need to be equipped. Yeah, that would also take away an accessory slot, sort of. But that might flat... Because, I mean, you kind of like to have to... Taking away equipment slots is something I don't want to do too lightly. You know, what if you have a strat that really only works with an accessory on Sam? I don't know. But maybe. Maybe an armor, because armor tends to be less utility and tends to be more... Like, because accessories tend to solve a specific problem. Armor tends to be more general. So I'd actually prefer to make it take away the armor slot almost. But that would be also... That would feel more severe. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, time to stretch, folks. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like the idea of, yeah, giving that to Eugene. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably better than giving it to Mutt. Yeah, because if it's just a cost on its own, and you can do it right away, then it's just a cost everyone's gonna pay. If it's to Eugene, it doesn't even need to be that expensive. It probably will be, but it probably doesn't need to be 1,000. Then like 400 is probably enough. Hmm. But yeah, I like that. Yeah, something that you kind of need to work towards a bit. But here's the thing, though. What could we do to this idea to make it that it's not something everyone does? Because now it still feels like something everyone would do. Getting an extra party member is just so good. It's such a big difference to have an extra party member that it still feels like it's not like it is still something that everyone would do. Maybe it takes several days. So if you want to beat the game quickly, you can only do it with 3 party members. I think that's already pretty good. I already like that. So like if you want to do like a 3-day run, you cannot do it with a full party, right? I think, yeah, this closing the shop if you buy it would also make some sense. Maybe you need to buy all of his items. You need to buy his entire inventory. And then, instead of an item, he like teaches you leadership or something. You know? That might be too much, though. No, not like a hit. So since this is hard mode, I can't really rely too much on things being secret because since this is like a replay, a lot of people are just going to be a lot more free to just look at like the wiki or something, you know? Because at this point they've already beaten the game. They're probably going to underestimate how much there could be hidden in hard mode only. So a lot of people are just going to look it up anyway. So it needs to be more like something of an interesting decision, more than like something hidden. It needs to be a thing where, you know? I don't think necessarily difficult. More like, oh, like the costs take something away that you might actually like more than having a 4th party member, and that's difficult. That's the really tricky thing. What would you want more? What would you want more than being able to have 4 party members? That's difficult. I mean, having to wait already sort of puts kind of a difficulty and forces you to get a lot of money so you can buy enough stuff that he gets his full inventory. Yeah, constraining your build, definitely. Something that would constrain your build in some way. Not completely removing, like, huge options, but more, like, forcing you to be more specialized or something. What if you need to, like...
What if you just get a huge downgrade to your stats permanently? What if, like, Sam gets, like, a huge downgrade to all of his stats for it? That's not really interesting, though. I don't want it to be something annoying either. Maybe it would be something, yeah, that is applied. Not... So reading the book... I think reading the book would just give you the ability to have a fourth party member. But then the thing that happens would only be applied if you do have a fourth party member. So it wouldn't be like a permanent thing. It would be like a status effect that you get when you leave home with a full party. Not... You know? When you leave home with a full party, that's when that status effect would come in. Something... Yeah, maybe all abilities for Sam costs more stamina. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're like distracted. You're distracted by sort of managing. Yeah. Something to think about. I'm not sure yet, but something to think about. Removing the ability to run from combat? That might make sense, but... I mean, since this happens mostly at the end of the game, like, really needing to be able to run away is something you need at the start, not at the game. At the end of the game, you don't really run from combat anymore. You know? Yeah. Yeah. It might do something in 2.0. Unlabeled cartridge, we'll see. I have some plans for it. But it's one of those things. It's one of those potential 2.0 things that it's all going to depend on how much time we have for it. But it would be fun to do. I don't hate that. Forcing you to have, like, party, I don't think that's the right one, but...
That's not bad, actually. Enemies getting preemptive strike because you can't, you know. You always lose the first turn in battle. So all enemies get to attack first. Get an extra attack. I like that, actually. That could be a disaster. In some battles, that is a disaster. Yeah. I kind of like that, actually. That's good. I'm taking this one in consideration. Yeah. That might actually make me not pick it sometimes. Yeah, all enemies just get a free hit at the start of every battle. That is scary. That is scary. That prevents you from just using the extra character to just bulldoze over all the encounters before they even get to act, right? Because they all literally get to act first. For certain fights, that removes a lot of the advantage of, like, you know, some enemies take time before they start acting. So a lot of them, you know, like, say, for the furnace, you have one less turn to whittle it down before it does its fire attack. Oof. That's nasty. Yeah, I like that. Also, a lot of the game's battles are very short, so a single turn actually is a big deal. Yeah, I like that. That might be what to do. That might be the one. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. That's really good. That is really, really good. Yep. Yeah, like I might actually consider only going with 3 characters sometimes. If attacking first quickly is important, you might actually want to go with 3. And on top of that, getting the ability to go with 4 party members would also be locked behind getting something from Eugene, so you couldn't do it too early in the game. You need to spend a lot of money. It would also give you an incentive to not murder Eugene, so it's kind of a solves 2 problems at once sort of thing, which is always nice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You would still need extra work. I still like the idea that you need to gain the ability. I'm gonna type it down here. Can gain the ability to have a full 4-character party by a leadership for dullards. Leadership for dullards. Book from Eugene. Need to max out his shot. And to unlock the ability, if you have 4 characters in your party, every battle starts with your party unprepared. Enemies always get a free turn the start of a fight. That's good. I like that. That's really good. Yeah, that seems like a severe enough drawback that it's actually not Yeah, that is nasty. That is a nasty drawback. But for, like, long battles, it's absolutely worth it. And it's still worth it even for short battles to just have more party members. Because it's that good to have more party members. Yeah, great. Love it. Yeah. Like, it's still just one turn. For most battles, one turn isn't going to be too bad. You're just going to take a little bit of damage. It's just going to eat a little bit into your resources, but not that much. One turn. So if enemies do multiple actions per turn, they will act multiple times. Yeah. That's bad. Did we forget a recruit? We might have. Well, the guinea pig might actually get something too. There's something going on. Possibly on hard mode. We'll see. We've been talking about certain things. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's unlocked at the start, but its description is going to make it very clear that it's meant for people who've beaten the game. And should not be played if it's your first time. Because it's specifically meant to give an extra challenge to people who've already beaten it. There's still probably some people that are going to decide to play hard mode for the first time, and they're going to have a bad time of it. So I feel like I should, like, really drive it home. I should add, like, an extra confirmation thing if you choose it. Maybe if you choose it and there isn't a saved game yet. No, I don't want to do that. I think it's just going to check if there's a save game already. And if there isn't, it's going to give you an extra warning. And tell you, like, this is, I mean, some people are just have already played the game. I don't want them to have to play the game once on normal mode just to... Yeah, maybe a cheat code then. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I really want to implement the whole, like, you know, game-wide save thing. To have these global unlocks. A cheat code would just be like entering a special name at the name entry thing. It could be Honko. Maybe it's Honko must die. I do want to have a thing. I do want to have hardcore mode. That's unlocked by naming your character Evil Sam. And it would make it that you can only save in the morning once per day instead of having saves when you come back. Well, how the cheats work, it would be like the Cat Sam. It would be like the cat cheat. You would enter like Evil Sam, and then Sybil would say, "What? I'm sorry, I didn't get that." It unlocks the cheat, and then she asks you your name again, and now you can enter your actual name. That's what I did for the Cat Sam cheat back then. So you still do get to enter your name. Actually, yes, that is something else I've been considering for the party members that actually start weaker. Especially so for instance, Pepino would be hugely nerfed by that if you actually need to go find his stuff instead of having him on the start. Because Pepino starts with really good gear. Like, most of his strength comes from all the good gear he starts with. So removing those will be a very easy way to weaken him as a party member on hard mode. I actually have a list here. Yeah. I actually have a list here of... yeah. Yeah, Pepino doesn't have the Mackinac jacket or the arrowed sash on hard mode. Well, with Joel, I was basically thinking that his mouth like tore open his clothes. You know, he like ruined his shirt. Joel doesn't have eyes at all anymore. It's just a mystery how he can still see. He just sees with his teeth. Yeah. He just has very sensitive gums. Just has very sensitive gums now. Boo-doo. 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 Everyone loves World Revolution. Slime Cycle? I don't know who that is. Ooh. I'm not familiar. Ooh. That's nice. Actually saw a fairly big-ish YouTuber put out a first video of Look Outside a few days ago. I forget. Their name is like 3 letters. No, just a few days ago. Manly Badass Heroes playthrough was like a month ago now, I think. 2 months? No, not XQC. Does XQC play games still? Or does he just let his chair play games for him? That was a fun playthrough to watch. The last one I watched all the way through was John Wolfe. That was a fun one. Always a little surreal to watch someone play through your game that you've been like watching their stuff for a while. It's happened a few times now. It's always pretty surreal. It's pretty surreal. I'm still actually wondering about like a good title for these those tracks. Yeah, I'm gonna try to add a bit more lore, a bit more context to the apartment, so it's a bit more obvious what happened. So it's just a bit more obvious what happened, because it's not... You really have to extrapolate. You really have to figure out
It's not super clear what exactly happened here with the taxidermy monsters and all that. It's really not clear. Anyone here has an interpretation? I wonder if anyone's got kind of guessed right. Well, Fantrosity, you're literally in the dev channel. So you can't do it, but also that's not it. Also, that's not it. You got it wrong. Dev channel guy got it wrong. How shameful. Mm-hmm. Well, interesting. Well, I can tell you guys what it's supposed to be, but that's about a spoiler. Or maybe I could just wait until I make it just a little bit more clear with some additions. I don't have any plans for a Look Outside 2 yet, but I'm not, like, rejecting the idea. But it's just not something I'm thinking about right now. So it's not something I'm, like, against or anything. It's just not really in the plans right now. Why would it be an I'm Sorry John reference? There's not a single Garfield in the whole place. Or anyone named John. Not even an Odie. There's nothing. Swear to God. Ah, yes. It does. Yeah, considering Lumpy is the sole developer of the game. That would make sense in retrospect. You know, I see why. See why you'd think that. Lumpy's even drawing what I'm doing right now. It's true.
This is just a pre-recorded video. I've just been hitting a mouse in time with it to create the perfect illusion. Yeah. That's true. I mean, hey, have we ever streamed at the same time? I don't think so. Have we ever streamed simultaneously, huh? I don't know. It's kind of a Superman Clark Kent situation. I don't know. You know, maybe I just use a voice modulator every time my stream is lumpy. You don't know? He's been in chat. Yeah, I can join chat at the same time. I can multitask. Come on. I'm doing it right now. I'm drawing while also communicating. See? 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 I just realized this bit here sounds a lot like the ending cutscene music of Mario 64. Ever notice that? That bit just now before this one? It's almost the same melody. Ever notice that? I just did. Okay, so we got this. Sam look outside becomes Kara Undertale? Can't believe this. Not done yet. Not done yet. Not done yet. So this would be... There's still Croc arm and Marlin arm. Not done yet. Let's do Croc arm. Crarm. That's right. It's a crarm, folks. Oh no! It's about to crarm! It's about to crarm. Don't you hate it when... Don't you hate it when... Get out of my way, I got a crarm. Nobody bother me before I get my crarm. Be careful of the crime. People, we got the crime. I always wanted to have crime when I grow up. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, it is pretty late, but who knows? Maybe things are just gonna go real fast for the crime. You know, if we reach 1 a.m. and I still got fuel in the tank, maybe we just do the whole damn thing. Maybe we just do the whole gosh crime thing. Hit the lever. Crime. Where were you the first time you crimed? I was 2 years old when I learned what a crime was. Oh, that's done. Let's put another little sound track. First of all, don't crime. You're gonna crime? You're gonna crime right here in front of God and everybody? Have you no shame? Quarms can be PG, I think. I think Quarms can be PG. Rated C. Rated C for Quarm. In 6 months, someone is gonna say, "Remember Quarm?" And no one's gonna answer. Not a single soul. Not a single soul will answer. Remember Quarm? These were simple times.
No, it's time to stretch.
These were simpler times. Remember Quarm? We were so naive. We were so naive back then. When we thought... Back in my day. Alright, time for a stretch. Time to stretch this Quarm joke. Time to stretch it up. Hey. Paper, paper. This edible ain't shit. And then the Quarm shows up. the crime plague is spreading. It's the new rage right now. All the kids are saying it. Crarm, it's the new fad, it's the new craze. All the American kids want a pair of crarms. Here's what you need to know about crarms. Only in Cramerica. Every day we hear stories about crarms. Is it something you should be worried about? Are your pets in danger? The answer's yes.
Think of the children. First it's cramming, and that seems harmless enough, but then... what's next?
I tried to quickly come up with a crarm-like term for, like, having a rhinoceros butt, but I couldn't really come up with one fast enough for the joke to be funny. Sorry, I failed. Right, yeah. Right doesn't really work. Alright? Yeah. Yeah, this guy's a land of contrasts. Maybe we should let him carm in peace, you know? He's not carming anybody. In the privacy of his own home, can a man not simply carm? Well, I'm almost done with the croc, and there's still some time left before 1, so I think I might just marl him. It might just be Marlin time. It's not really as elegant, though. It doesn't really roll off the tongue in the same way. Marlin arm. Marlin arm. Wait, I think that's not actually a marlin. That might be a sailfish. I forget. Is this a marlin or a sailfish? It might be a sailfish. Yeah, it might be a yeah. That's a much like that's crest is way too big. Yeah, this is sailfish. So yeah, this is a sailfish. They're very cool. They're very cool looking. Is that a perspective trick? Or are they that big? This one looks real. Yeah, look at that. Look at this fucking thing. What an animal. I think marlins are bigger, right? Aren't they? But maybe not by much. So how this battle is going to go, I think the way this battle is going to go, it's not, the heads are not going to all appear at once. They're going to be like added to the monster every turn. So I think maybe at first, it's just going to be the moose head and the rhino body. And maybe the rhino head. And maybe the bear head after. Maybe the croc arm. And then the marlin arm. So that way you're going to have this, you have a bit of a chance to like whittle them down before like they overrun you completely. And the body is going to be the main target. Like if you kill the body, you kill the whole boss, but it's going to have a huge amount of HP. So you can try to like keep up with the heads as they appear, or you can just go all in on the big damage. Depending on, like if you have very high damage, you might be able to just kill the body quickly. And if your damage isn't quite as high, you might need to go for a longer fight and like kill the heads one by one before you focus on the body. And I think when the body is alone, it's going to do a nastier attacks. I think I'm going to have the body's AI be different if there's still heads with it or not. So if it's alone, it starts doing like massive tackle moves maybe. That golden coloration at the edge between the white underbelly and the blue upper half is kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky to do with this color palette. Yeah. Yeah, I might want to go for green, yeah. Green or purple. Yep. These are all the taxidermy, so all of these are going to be the taxidermy that's in the room and not animate. And at first you have this thing that you fight. This is the current fight in the game. And you see there's these wires connected to like the walls all around. And then on the final phase, it's gonna drag all of the different taxidermy bits to itself and just turn itself into this huge chimera. That's the idea. This is why they're going to be added over time instead of all at once. I'd like to have a visual that accompanies it that really makes sense. You missed Crarm. But it's okay. Crarm will still be there for you. You know, if you want Crarm for your birthday, you're gonna have to ask very nicely. You might get it. But it's okay. You don't need Crarm to be happy. You don't need Crarm to be happy, folks. Never let anyone who has... Never let anyone who has Crarms tell you that you need Crarms to be happy. You can live a perfectly fulfilling life without Crarms. All right. But I want Crarms now. But all the cool kids have it. Well... But what did they have last year, huh? And now, what if you get Crumbs now, but next year something else is the trend, and now you regret? You're like, oh no, I'm stuck with my Crumbs. I'm stuck with my Crumbs now, and now Crumbs are lame. Everyone who has Crumbs get laughed at now. Oh, that's so last year. Oh, where'd you get those? Did your mom get you those? Get your Crumbs out of my face. Your Crumb ate my dog. See, it's gonna be embarrassing a year from now. Don't jump on those fads, especially if they involve horrifying body disfigurement. No, Dad, Crumbs are not a fad. Alright? Crumbs are a way of life. Crumbs are not a fad. Exactly. You know, there's top surgery, there's bottom surgery, and there's left and right surgery. Exactly. They're trying to make Crumbs illegal. Can you believe it? Yeah, at first they're saying Crumbs are just gonna be illegal for children, but you know what they really want to do. You know what their real plan is. Don't get fooled. Last year they took away Gharial arms, alright? And we were all alright, okay, I guess we don't really need Gharial arms. You know? We got plenty more crocodilians. Plenty more crocodilians are still available. And who needs Gharials anyway? They look so goofy. But now that was just you know, no one defended the Gharials because they're a little goofy looking. But now that they're emboldened, They're going for all the other crocodilians. Soon alligators will be out of question. Yeah. Caimans are next on the chopping block. For sure. They didn't want you to know. That's right. The first thing they take away is language. You know? So if you don't even know what a gharial is, then you can ask for gharial arms. That's just how they do it. That's their strat. That's right. They keep saying things like, you won't be able to write or draw with Crarms. But that's not true. They just made that up. Don't let them scare you. Yeah? Crarms have always been with us. They've been trying to rewrite history to take the Crarms out so we don't know. This is what they take from us. Listen, I'm not gonna show my arms because whether or not I have crimes is not relevant. All right, I'm not gonna even dignify this with a response. Just got here. I'm so confused. Listen, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The big issue I have with drawing the marlin here is I just don't have any blues that are that deep. It's a really, really bright, saturated blue, and I just don't have anything like that. My most saturated blue is a little too light. I'll still try to rely on it here. I would need like a really deep blue for it. This is really the most appropriate blue I got for it. Oh, time to stretch, and that's going to be the last stretch for tonight, because we're almost done. I can show the whole thing. That's the whole creature so far. Almost done. It's adorable. And then it's gonna do this. On the second frame. Gonna open up. Woohoo! All right, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up. That marlin that sailfish, I mean. Almost, it kind of looks like it's just been trolled. We'll promptly forget about Crarm like it never Crarmed. It came and went. The Crarm giveth, the Crarm taketh away. Here's a funny thing here. Sailfish actually have these very specific little stripes in a very specific pattern too. Look, they kind of alternate between being long and short. It's so odd. Look at that. See? Like alternate in this really specific pattern of being longer and reaching almost to the underside and reaching only about halfway. That's so weird. Or maybe that's just this one. It's kind of hard to tell with the other one. It's kind of hard to tell. This one looks more like it's just the same length. Yeah, maybe it's supposed to look like water reflections. Maybe that just makes it camouflage better. Maybe it makes it harder to tell it's... Wait, does it actually... No, it doesn't actually reach the face. Yeah. That's good. I like that. Now let's add some threads. Oh yeah, I need to remove this one. You're right. Yeah, the pectoral fins would be here, I think. Just under the gills here. Or, then power drill. I don't really know. I don't consume a lot of. I'm not really like in the pixel art community that much anymore. So, like when I was active in the pixel art community, it was back in the pixel join days. So that was when, you know, forums were the main thing. So I'm a little bit out of touch with the current form of the pixel art community. Yeah, sorry. Almost done. All right, nice. We're done. I'm pretty happy with that. That was good. It's going to be a heck of a battle. All right, neat. All right. Yeah, that's going to be it for tonight, folks. Let's see. Well, before I go, let's see. If you can support me and my work on Patreon, please consider it. And let's look for someone to raid on Twitch. Oh, Landshark is still streaming. Landshark is still streaming Digimon. That one Digimon game. So I'll raid him again. Bring a bounty of Crarms to Landshark. Bring a wave of Crarm. I'm sure you will appreciate it. All right, take care, y'all.